All right, everyone, it is 8:30, July the 21st. Council meeting is brought to order. We have an agenda before us. There are a couple of additions. Under new business, 9.6, county office green space. And under the closed session, 13.2, intergovernmental relations, section 21. Are there any other additions or deletions to the agenda? Councillor Penner.
I'll adopt the agenda as amended.
Okay, I've got a motion before us to adopt the agenda as amended. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Pre-circulated the minutes of the June 23rd meeting. Are there any errors, omissions, concerns, questions? Councillor, Ken. Councillor Ken.
Yes, I'd make the motion we accept the minutes of June 23rd, 2020 as presented.
Okay, motion's been made to adopt the minutes as presented. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Our first agenda item will be transportation 5.1, cost sharing development of undeveloped road allowances. Welcome, Bradley. Morning. Anytime you're ready.
Morning, Mr. Reeve and members of council. 5.1 is a request for a decision for cost sharing and development of undeveloped road allowance 29-3A. Back in March of 2017, Dave and Ruth Stewart applied for a cost share road development agreement to upgrade that 29-3A to access their subdivided parcel situated out of the northeast 18-29-23. Council did approve the road development with cost share to be considered at the time of a single family resident development. A contractor was hired by Kneehill County to complete the road development 18. At the time, policy 513 and 513A were in effect and now are replaced by 1339. Both policies are attached, or all policies are attached to this also. In June of 2020 here, just the last couple of weeks, Dave and Ruth applied for a residential development permit and now would like to be considered for the cost sharing of the roadway. The stewards paid Kneehill County a total of $14,568.20 to upgrade the road. Therefore, the county's 50% cost share would be $7,248.10, with funds coming from our operating expense. Recommended action would be that council approve the 50% cost share with the owner developer, Dave and Ruth Stewart, in the amount of $7,248.10 for the development of the 29-3A.
Thanks, Brad. Are there any questions for Mr. Buchert? It's council's wishes. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I would like to move to approve 50% cost sharing with the owner and developer, Dave and Ruth Stewart, as been presented.
Okay, we have a motion to, well, as it's written on the screen there, motion to approve. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Okay, Brad, 5.2, gravel stockpiles.
5.2, gravel stockpile leases. This is just an update, some of the policies that we have that are older than 3 years old. So as part of the council's ongoing review of current policies, and in particular policies that have not been reviewed for the period of time exceeding 4 years, policy 1367 is presented to council for review. Administration is proposing to update the formatting of the policy, gravel stockpile leases, with no other amendments are to be made. So this policy does allow us to pay $600 per acre with a minimal payable of 1 acre When the lease is canceled, the site is to be reclaimed. We shall pay $600 per acre on a general land damage, with the minimal being $600. Upon expiry, any leases that are renewed will be updated in accordance with this policy. This aligns with our $600 per acre on crop damage and other payables that we do for rent or borrow pits. So the recommended action would be council approve as presented, policy 1367, gravel stockpile leases.
Thank you, Mr. Buchert. Is there any questions for Brad? Councillor Christie.
Just curiosity, how big are most of the leases? You're talking an acre there, but they're mostly 3 and 4?
Mr. Christie, they are between 3 to 5 acres. Majority of them are that 3, like the Horseshoe North one's just over 3 acres. That is correct.
Is there any other questions for Brad? Seeing none, what are council's wishes? Councillor King, you got it right this time.
I would make the motion that we approve policy 13-6-7 gravel stockpile leases as it has been presented.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to approve policy 13-6-7 as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion prior to the question being called? No discussion. Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Okay, 5.3. Brad, again.
5.3, again, this is as part of the council's ongoing review of current policies, and in particular policies that have been not reviewed for a period of time exceeding 4 years. 1323-4 is presented for council's review. Administration is proposing to update the formatting, policy 1323-4, sale, lease of rental of county road allowance with no amendments to be made. We're looking for council to approve as presented, 1323, sale and rental of county road allowance. Within the policy guidelines, Kneehill County does not sell, lease, or rent county road allowance. Any road allowance improvements where the old road allowance is no longer required will be referred to council for disposal.
Any questions for Brad? Anyone care to make a motion? Councillor Kiever.
I move that we accept this policy as presented.
Okay, thank you. We have got a motion before us to approve policy 13-23-4 as presented. Any discussion to that motion? Seems not. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Need a break, Brad?
Last one.
Give her.
So again, get the right page here. 5.4, policy 1325. The new amendments proposed, as part of council's ongoing review of current policies, particular policies that are not been reviewed for a period of 4 years. 1325 is presented to council for review. The new amendments proposed would provide a current certified mixture of grass as well as provide current guidelines for seeding roadsides. A few changes within the guidelines, well, even the purpose, I guess, at the start. So the old one was on where it was reading as on new county road allowances. It's on all county road allowances. So the certified mix is changed. That's 20% slender wheatgrass, 10% annual ryegrass, and 70% creeping red fescue. The rate has not changed. The weed control has not changed. We did add the word backslope along with borrow pit areas when we get into a ratepair. So should a ratepair require a different type of grass mixture or seed mixture for seeding, any borrow pit or backslopes, the information must be provided by the ratepair on the borrow pit backslope agreement prior to county approval. Failing provision of such information, the road mixture will be used. Number 6, we took number 6 right out, which was private companies contracted by Kneehill County. We took it out because of number 7. So we have ratepayer and developer requests for road construction. And it outlines under A, the ratepayer is, or developer were responsible for seeding as per the specifications outlined 1 through 3. We took B out. Seeding will be done by the county at the request of the ratepayer developer. We hold them responsible because that helps us keep the warranty. If there's issues with it within the year of the development of the road, we go back to the developer and again tell him to reseed it if there's a high mixture of weeds. So we'll be looking for council to the approve as presented, 1325 seeding roadside mix.
Okay, thanks, Brad. Any questions for Mr. Buchert? Councillor Penner?
Just a quick question, Brad, why change the seed, the certified mixture? What was the reason behind that?
Councillor Penner, that was, that probably changed last year, actually with the annual ryegrass, and Bowen might be able to speak. We always consult with the ag department. So ryegrass, I think, catches a lot quicker than some of the creeping red fescue. Bowen, can you speak on that?
We chose to add the annual ryegrass as it establishes first, and then that kind of creates a little shelter while the other grasses that we use can establish there. So that was kind of the purpose for doing that. And also the grass is chosen because they're short growing, so they're not as tall as previous grass mixtures as well. So.
Well, thanks for the updated information, Bowen. I guess you seed this all by hand?
Yes.
Good to know. Are there any other questions for either Brad or Mr. Clausen? Councillor Christie.
I'll move to approve as presented, policy 13-25, seeding roadsides.
All righty, thank you. We have a motion before us to approve as presented, policy 13-25. Is there any discussion to that motion prior to the question? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Well, thanks for the visit, Brad. It's been a slice. Our next agenda item, planning, 6.1.1, land use bylaw, 1808. Welcome, Ms. Hazelton. I think we've been here before.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Reeve, members of council. So we are back and we are just looking to schedule the public hearing for the land use bylaw. In order for a municipality to work within the changing pressures for land use, the land use bylaw does need to be reviewed on a regular basis to ensure it stays relevant. On September 17th, 2019, administration brought the land use bylaw to the Committee of the Whole to outline the changes that would be necessary if we were to allow hens in urban areas. And again, that was at council's request. Since the land use bylaw should coincide with the strategic plan, this was also an opportunity for council to ensure this land use bylaw is in fact a reflection of this council's vision for our county. Administration reviewed some of the broader policies of the land use bylaw with council at the October 15th, 2019 and June 23rd, 2020 Committee of the Whole meetings. Council requested some additional amendments to be made in light of the strategic plan, and these have been included in the attached document. Administration has also incorporated some clauses out of the Municipal Government Act, clarified some sections, and added some uses that will create further opportunities for landowners within Kneehill County. These proposed amendments were also presented to council at this meeting. Council has accepted these changes and they've been reflected in the attached draft. Should be noted that council did move first reading on February 11th, 2020, and the bylaw itself has been advertised with an opportunity for comment since that time on the website, so it's been available for quite a long time. And I do know Christine bumps that up a bit. So within your package today, what I've done is you've got attached a complete list of changes. I'm just going to go through some of the ones that are more significant, I guess. So, but the complete list is attached. So we did increase the percentage of variance allowed as a permitted use from 10 to 15% in hamlets, and ex-hamlets and 20% in any other district. Development permit is not required for roof-mounted solar panels for residential or private commercial, but again, they do have to get the safety code permit. So it was just a paperwork bit of a nightmare, so we've just gotten rid of the development permit side. Development permit is not required for storage containers on lands greater than 20 acres. They're not required for prefabricated garden sheds. We did add mobile business as an option for residents and non-residents, so if somebody wanted to operate a mobile business within Kneehill County and they don't live here, they can still do that by getting a mobile business permit. On parcels greater than 10 acres, additional dwellings may be considered as a discretionary use. This was reduced from the previous 20-acre requirement. Garden suites may be considered a discretionary use on any agriculturally zoned parcel. That was existing, but we have now limited to 1,000 square feet, so they can't exceed that. We did add a few additional requirements for campgrounds. We've changed the cannabis terminology to reflect the federal licensing terminology, and we also changed the designations for those to, from a direct control district. Currently, they all have to be rezoned direct control to light industrial or local rural commercial, depending on what they're choosing to do. We added a section that is oil, gas and oil field service business. That was actually in an approved bylaw that was done in 2013 and had never been added to our land use bylaw. Just an oversight, I'm assuming. So we have added that just to bring that up to date. We have added exterior storage of derelict vehicles over 14 days is prohibited in the Hamlet Residential District. Recreational vehicle as living, sleeping accommodation is not permitted for longer than 14 days, again, in the Hamlet regulations. The hen regulations, they can apply to have limited hens in country residential, ex-Hamlet, Hamlet residential, and Hamlet general districts, and the details of that are all noted in the section. Relocatable industrial accommodation is prohibited as a permanent dwelling. Again, these do not meet safety codes for a long-term dwelling unit, so we have prohibited those just because of that and the cost to bring those up to code. We did add 2 sections that would allow permitting of RV storage facilities, so major and minor. We have solar collectors must be located so that glare is not directed at adjacent sites and does not affect traffic safety. So that's when we have a generation facility. We've removed temporary sign section as a permit is not required, and it was inconsistent with other sections. So we just took that piece out, and typically they've got to be removed within 15 days of the event. And then we've reduced the number of lots allowed per quarter section from 5 lots to 3 lots, and this does include the remnant. So again, that was something that council wanted to go to. We added a new district, Health and Public Service District. We had a lot of uses on agricultural land that were not agriculture in nature, and so we have done a variety of those uses. We've put them into a district because most of them did have some kind of health or public service relation. And then we've added 40 new definitions. So administration in adding this district and in looking at some of the uses existing that were on agricultural districts that were not agriculture in nature, we have tried to do a cleanup. And so we have done, we've taken this opportunity to consider amending some of these existing uses. These parcels have been highlighted for proposed rezoning, and they've also been attached to your package. So these landowners have agreed to this process, and they are aware that the adjacent landowners will be notified. So once we've set the public hearing, notifications will go out, so if you get questions, that's why. So in your package, you have the land use bylaw. We have a package of the existing zoning that is in each township and range and in all the hamlets, and then we have a smaller package, and this is the one that is the proposed zoned parcels, and those are the ones that neighbors will get notified. Most of these, I think almost all of these uses are existing, have been that way for a long period of time. There's no change to these uses. It's just making them align appropriately with the districts. So again, that's your handout in case you do get questions. And then there is also that just copy that is specifically all the changes that we've done within the land use bylaw. So there are no direct financial implications as they're captured in the existing budget. Future year implications may mean more assessment base will be incurred, and this will be incorporated into the annual budget process going forward. So administration is recommending that the public hearing be held September 8th at 10 a.m. as per section 692 of the Municipal Government Act. And you also have the option of picking an alternate date or time if that suits you.
Okay, thanks, Barb. Are there any questions from council for Ms. Hazelton? Have we had comment from the public?
We have had a few, so I believe the ones that we had to date, we brought back to the committee of the whole meeting, and you guys were able to look at that. Most of those were hen related. We had one that was relating to pole sheds, and we did make the amendment as per that comment that council had agreed to as well. So that amendment has been done. So.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move that council set a public hearing for Land Use Bylaw 1808 to be held on September 8th, 2020 at 10 a.m. as per section 692 of the Municipal Government Act.
Thank you. We have a motion before us to set our public hearing date for September the 8th, 2020. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Well, that was easy. Next agenda item, 6.1.2. Welcome back, Barb.
You bet. So this is for a road closure. We have two that are in process right now. We are waiting still on surveys for the other one, but this one has been completed. So currently, Kneehill County holds a 3.56 acre title to an area directly south of Horseshoe Canyon that has been fragmented by Road Plan 834LK. This parcel contains portions of the parking lot and a small portion of the canyon itself. The existing outhouses are on the boundary of the road allowance. The portion of the undeveloped township road runs through the parking lot, the turnaround, a portion of the canyon, and some of the enhanced trail down to the base. Administration is proposing that this portion of Township Road 28-4 be closed and consolidated into descriptive plan, which is what's created following the realignment of the highway. We are also proposing to close the Road Plan 834LK, which completely fragments the current title. This will also be consolidated into the descriptive plan 0910342, Block 1, Lot 1. In 2007, Highway 9 was realigned and Alberta Transportation gifted us this parcel. Outhouses were added in 2008 and the parking lot was paved in 2010. Since we do not own the roads, we do not actually own some of the infrastructure that has been developed over time on the site. Closing these roads and consolidating them into the existing plan would enable the land to be utilized more efficiently and the outhouses could be moved or new ones constructed more feasibly. Currently, they are not in compliance with the setback requirements in the land use bylaw. Consolidating these additional lands would bring the parcel size to approximately 7.5 acres, and a real property report won't be required for this one. The plan of survey itself is 2860 plus GST. These charges can be accommodated in the existing 2020 operating budget for the planning department, so there's no long-term implications for this to the budget. So we're recommending that council move first reading of bylaw 1823, which is attached. You will see the picture attached in that bylaw. So the two roads we're looking at, the one completely goes through the parking lot outhouse area, and the other one is an undeveloped road allowance that's mostly canyon, so that's the piece across that top, and that's undevelopable. It's just would incorporate it into the title. So we're recommending first reading of this bylaw and that the public hearing be set for August 18th, 2020 at 10 a.m. as per section 22 of the Municipal Government Act. Once we hold the public hearing, the process then, this goes back to transportation. They have to sign off on that. They need to agree to do that, and then it comes back to us for second and third reading. So there is a longer process. Typically, these take about a year to complete, although we haven't done one under this administration. So, and by that I mean the provincial administration. So I'm not sure whether or not it's a little bit quicker these days or not. So we'll find out.
Thanks, Barb. Any questions for Ms. Hazelton from council? So you're not sure if the red tape reduction thing is working as well
Yeah,
as they say?
I guess we'll find out. We'll see.
Find out.
But yeah, typically they've been a year.
Counselor Christie,
I'll make the motion for first reading of bylaw 1823 as presented.
okay. We have a motion for first reading of bylaw 1823 as it is presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, we will call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Somebody want to set the public hearing date? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move to a public hearing to be set for August 18th at 10 a.m. as per section 22.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to set the public hearing date for August the 18th at 10 a.m. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seems not, we'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks, Barb. Oh, our next agenda item, 6.3.1, Horseshoe Canyon Focus Group. No, we'll let Bowen sit down, then we'll do that. Welcome back, Bowen.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Reeve and
anytime
Council.
you're ready.
Thank you. So this is a Horseshoe Canyon Focus Group. At the June 22nd, 2020 regular council meeting, council directed administration to develop a terms of reference for council's consideration to form a Horseshoe Canyon Focus Group to review the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan and make recommendations to council as to next steps. I have attached the terms of reference. Before we get to that, I'll kind of run through just the comments here. So the recommended committee makeup is shown within that terms of reference. Though we're looking to council for some direction in regards to appointment of those members at large and how council would like to go about doing this. It is recommended that members be appointed for their potential and insightful contributions, as well as those that will actively participate and share productive viewpoints, which look at what is best for Horseshoe Canyon and also Kneehill County and the region. And we have previously also recommended the use of a third-party facilitator that has experience with recreational sites, but also to lead the sessions from and with a neutral and objective process that allows open, productive, and non-judgmental or reactive dialogue to occur. Facilitators have this experience and the capacity to work through sometimes difficult or tense situations and conversations, and to then find common ground from which all parties can move forward in an agreeable form. So those are some of the comments around the terms of reference, and I'll take council through that as well. The financial implications, these are approved through the 2020 project budget for the Horseshoe Canyon Day Use Facility. The facilitation costs will cover costs such as per diems for the meeting, room rentals, things like those, and are estimated between $30,000 to $50,000. So the options for council are that council approves as presented, council approves with amendments, or council receives this information. So now I'll take council kind of through just the terms of reference here. So we put together kind of a really basic look here for the purpose and scope is to provide recommendations back to council through reviewing the master plan and other supporting documents that may be available, so that council can make decisions on moving forward or what. Their mandate is that to develop a good understanding of what is happening, where we're going, what council's visions are, and all aspects around the canyon, as well as then assisting to prioritize what those next steps could look like, and then recommending them to council. engaging those stakeholders' opinions regarding opportunities and concerns also related to the initiatives in or around the canyon. So we set up kind of just a basic process, and again, the consultant, they may take it a different way, or there may be more meetings or fewer, however they have done in their previous works. But this is just to give an idea of the more than likely look of what those meetings could look like with the first one, and what they'll go through, giving a baseline for everybody, so everybody's on the same kind of play field there for going forward. And then next steps would be following meetings or meetings, several there, and then finally coming up with recommendations for council. Then going through the delegated authority, the committee composition. With this, just on numbers and talking to some of the consultants around this, they do recommend not going over, like 10 is kind of the max, like give or take, because you go too many, it's too hard. You don't get the good conversations and dialogue going from everybody that's in that meeting. As well, the composition, they did comment to think about the purpose, what your actual purpose is, and then develop the composition based on what your outcomes are and who will best kind of speak to that and have knowledge and stuff of that as well. It also, then we go into terms of office. We're targeting October 1st, but that, depending on how things play out in the fall, we'll have to work with that, but that's kind of what we're looking for. And then who the department would be leading and reporting relationship. The committee, so would follow council policy and remuneration. The quorum, so that we have a minimum set there, and then meeting schedules and staff resources and reporting. So kind of the basics around what a meeting should look like and all the requirements around there. But yeah, so I'll leave it with council.
Okay, thanks, Bowen. Are there any questions for Bowen? Councillor Penner.
Just a quick question, Bowen. So for the members at large, we'll be advertising that for a couple of weeks? Yes,
There's a couple ways we could do that. Probably we would recommend advertising, and they fill out some sort of application. And from that, the applications would be gone through to make sure they're filled out properly, and then they could even be given to council to select from there, or we'd probably recommend giving it to a third-party consultant to pick from there. Then you're getting it unbiased and a third party selecting that group. But that would be our recommendation. But
Are there any other questions? Oh, Deputy Reeve McGee.
You have appointed 3 stakeholders. Would you like to share who you had in mind for those 3?
yeah, so we haven't contacted any to date, because we wanted to make sure that council was happy with everything. But we were thinking, like Nature Conservancy, they're our neighbor right beside us. They'd probably be kind of a critical key stakeholder. Maybe the Tyrrell, there could be the campground as well. Travel Alberta, different organizations like that. So we'd have to look, but those are a couple that we were thinking of for the stakeholders. But again, we haven't contacted or talked to any to see if they even are interested or not, or find value in it, but we would hope they do. But
Any other discussion, questions, comments, motions? Councillor Penner.
I'd make the motion that council approve the term of reference for the focus group that's been presented here this morning.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to approve the terms of reference as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And it is carried. Thanks, Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve and council.
Our next agenda item, 6.4.1, CREMA update. Welcome, Lori.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve and Council. Deb is unavailable today, so I'm happy to step in and present this for you. So just a little update on CREMA, which is our Kneehill Regional Emergency Management Agency. CREMA was formed in 2009 and now exists under a 2013 agreement and terms of reference signed by Kneehill County, Town of Three Hills, Town of Trochu, and the villages of Linden, Carbon, and Acme. So some of the components of this, the bylaws, we all have different bylaws, which do not match the regional agreement and terms of reference as originally intended. Kneehill County's bylaw is number 1596. The agency, a regional emergency management agency, has been established and is maintained without authorization by ministerial order. However, each local authority must establish their own advisory committee and agency, and each local authority must be part of a regional advisory committee, which is all councils in the region, an agency, all administrative representatives in the region meetings. Each local authority must have an emergency management plan. So now just a little update on the plan. Another acronym, CREMP, Kneehill Regional Emergency Management Plan, was written in 2009, 2013, and rewritten in 2015 to incorporate the incident management or incident command system, which is what we now go by. CREMP needs to be revised to adhere to the local authority emergency management regulation, which was recently updated, and potentially new bylaws or agreements. The plan includes the control system used, procedures used during an emergency, assigns responsibilities, a training plan, communications plan, and an emergency social services plan, including evacuation procedures. And finally, our ESS, Emergency Social Services, currently written in the original plan that delegates this responsibility to our Kneehill Regional Family and Community Support Services, so FCSS. So just a little discussion, the municipal partners currently with CREMA are working towards updating the partnership with the same regional bylaw, regional agreement, and regional plan as per the updated lemur. We're also working with Alberta Emergency Management Agency in attaining a ministerial order to work as a recognized joint committee to alleviate a level of advisory committees and agencies. Administratively, the bylaw and agreement are now in draft format, being reviewed by each of the CAOs, and these are expected to come back to council in the fall. So financial, the proposed agreement does not include exchange of monies or regional budgeting. However, each municipality will need to continue to cover their own training and other expenses related to emergency management. So council's options are to accept the report for information. Just a reminder, this is just an update of where we're at with it, and it will come back to council at some point in time. So that is our recommended motion, that council accepts the report for information on the Kneehill Regional Emergency Management Agency as presented.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Watt. Are there any questions for Lori? Comments, concerns? Councillor Christie.
Just curious, is victim services involved at all, or should be?
I think there is some coordination through emergency social services, but yeah, that's where the coordination would be.
Mr. Hogan.
I can pick up on that one a bit too. So the update here, what we're structuring or proposing to structure, which is, as Lori said, we'll come back to you guys, is you've got two parts to the emergency management. One is the advisory component, which is the committee that you guys as elected officials sit on. The other one is the agency, and that's us as admin, and that's the fire departments, police, that's where victim services would tie in, and FCSS at that level. So when there was actually a response on the ground, that would be, if there was a role for them, they'd be folded into the response structure that way as part of the agency. So what we're doing in this process is we're working with the other 5 partners in terms of, rather than each of us have our own advisory committee and then we have a regional advisory committee, we're getting rid of one layer of committee. Is basically we would have a regional committee, and that would fulfill the function under the Act for all of the municipalities, and we'd all be working on the same bylaw, we'd all be working on the same response system, the same training level, those sorts of things. So really what we're trying to do is regionalize it. The reality for us is that if any of the villages have a big emergency, we're probably coming in on mutual aid anyway, but there's a redundant layer in there that we feel, and if we get the ministerial approval to go to a full regional system, we can take that redundant layer out.
Thanks, Mike. There are any other questions? Councillor King.
I'd make the motion that council accepts the report for information on the Kneehill Regional Emergency Management Agency as presented.
All right, thank you. We have a motion to accept for information. Is there Deputy Reeve McGee?
Thanks for the presentation. I just wanted to bring emphasis to the fact that this is an example of where you as an administration have done a great job of finding redundancies to save money, and I think that needs to be noted because we are very budget conscious this year, and I appreciate that you're finding these solutions.
Is there any other discussion before the question? Seeing as not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously.
Thank you, Council.
Thanks, Lori. What's council's wishes? You want to go for a break or do you want to keep going? Oh, a break has been requested, so we'll recess for a few minutes. Thank you. Alrighty, we'll bring the meeting back to order. Our next agenda item is 7.1, public auction tax sale. Welcome, Bill. Anytime you're ready.
Through the Reeve, attached is, I guess, the annual setting of the tax sale public auction date. Again, it's a requirement under the MGA in terms of tax sales. Administration will be bringing back a further report at a future meeting to set the reserve bid prices for each of the properties that are likely to move forward in the process. But that's basically the report in a nutshell, and we're proposing to have the date set for October 15th at 2 p.m. in the council chamber here.
All right, thank you, Mr. McKinnon. Are there any questions for Bill? Anyone care to make a motion? Councillor King.
I'd make the motion that the 2020 tax sale public auction be held on Thursday, October 15th, 2020 at 2 p.m. in the Kneehill County Administration Building.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to set the tax sale date, October 15th, 2 p.m. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Next agenda item, tax cancellation, Trident exploration. Welcome back, Bill.
Excuse me. Through the Reeve, there's the next two reports deal with tax cancellation, one specifically related to one entity, and the second report dealing with numerous entities. They have some similarities and some differences, but in both cases, the taxes have been deemed uncollectible. We have legal opinions to that effect. The municipality has exhausted all its mechanisms for collection, as council is very well aware of. Provincial legislation provides limited mechanisms for municipalities to recover taxes as it relates to oil and gas properties. So in terms of the Trident exploration report, there's balances related to 218, 219. The good news there is part of those assets have been acquired by a third party. So even though these have to be written off and there is a court order specifically outlining the details of that acquisition, the municipality will have to write off some of the tax arrears. But on a more positive note, some of these items, roll numbers, have been recreated under new ownership and are on the 220 roll and are paying taxes. But the bad news story is the balances related to 218 and 219 in the amount of roughly 219,000 will not be collectible and will have to be written off. As in all the cases of write-offs related to the oil and gas industry, the province does have a rebate program dealing with the provincial education taxes, and there is a specific motion in the report seeking authority for administration to pursue those rebates through the provincial PERC program, which is the Provincial Education Requisition Credit. So that is the first item in the package in terms of report 7.2. And in terms of the financial implications, the 2020 budget has provided an allowance of $1.1 million for write-offs. Just for council's information, these two reports amount to just under $800,000. There will be further reports coming later in the year dealing with additional write-offs. So we will exhaust the $1.1 million that is in the operating budget for this purpose in 2020. In terms of additional exposures, sort of segueing into another report that's on the agenda today, there will be likely an additional amounts that will be written off. Again, you can see some of these items relate to 218, 219. There is a significant timeline to have these items written off because of the legalities of the companies declaring bankruptcy, turning items over to the Orphan Well Fund, potential acquisitions by other third parties. So there is a significant time lag, and council has put aside resources to deal with this time lag Again, the big unknown factor is what the write-off rate and collection rate will be on the 220 taxes that have been levied, and we really won't have an indication to late in 220 of the exposure council has there. So that being said, that deals with item report number 7.2.
Does council have any questions for Mr. McKinnon? We don't have a choice here. The company is bankrupt and will never collect, so.
Yes, that's correct, Reeve.
Does anyone care to make a motion? Deputy Reeve McGee.
To formalize what we have to do anyhow, I make the motion that the balance of 2018 and 19 property taxes in arrears in the amounts of $247.66 be expensed and canceled on the rolls as listed.
Oh, you didn't want to go through all the rolls?
Can't be trusted with that.
I don't blame you. All righty, we have a motion before us as presented on screen, because I'm not going to read all those rolls either. Any discussion of that motion prior to the question being called? All righty, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, 7.3, industrial account tax cancellations.
Through the Reeve, if we could just go
Oh,
back to.
shoot, right, yeah, there is a couple more. Sorry. Councillor King.
I'll make the motion that we submit an application under the provincial education requisition credit for the uncollected education requisition on these rolls designated here.
Okay, we have a motion before us to submit an application for the PERK program. Any discussion of that motion? Seeing not, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. We have one more motion. Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion to direct administration to void the 2020 penalties that are currently attached to these rolls.
Okay, we have a motion to void the 2020 penalties to these tax rolls. Any discussion of that? Okay, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And that brings us to the end of that one. Okay, 7.3, industrial accountants.
Again, through the Reeve, in terms of the two recommendations that council has just passed, I just want to provide some further information for council. In terms of the provincial education requisition credit, there is only one intake per year. So this will appear on the council outstanding list for a number of months. But be assured that we will be pursuing this, and the intake is generally around January, late December, January. So it's not that administration hasn't taken action on it, it's just the provincial filing deadlines are set by the province. Similarly, the third motion, in terms of avoiding the penalties, when we get to the variance reports, you'll notice that our year-to-date penalty earnings are significantly over budget. And it's because of situations like this where amounts have been accruing on the tax rolls, but they're not going to be collectible. So the approach we're taking is basically to, from an accounting perspective, void them rather than showing them as actual write-offs against resources that council has allocated for those purposes. So rather than overstating the interest earnings in the 220 budget significantly, we're basically saying that from an accounting perspective, they were never collected and we're reversing them. So the industrial account, back to report 7.3, is the similar situations, again, dealing with various other roles, but the underlying factor is it's been deemed that these roll numbers are not collectible because of the limited options municipalities have to do with collection of bankruptcies related to oil and gas entities within the province. And again, it's a further $577,000. That would bring the total, if council adopts this report, of write-offs to date of $800,000 out of the $1.1 million provided in the 2020 operating budget.
Well, I was gonna say thanks, but no thanks, Bill. But is there any questions for Mr. McKinnon from council? If not, does someone care to make a motion? Councillor Kiever.
Yeah, thanks, but no thanks. But Bill, I was wondering, 312-231-231-100 doesn't qualify, does it?
I think it's a transposition error in the numbers, but I'll check on that for you.
Okay, good catch. Anyone else? It's council's wishes.
To ignore it?
Yeah, go try again, Bill. Deputy Reeve McGee.
Since we can't ignore it, I move that we have the amount of $577,991.76 in property taxes be expensed and canceled on the rolls as listed.
Okay, we have a motion before us to cancel the taxes on the rolls as listed. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Like we have a choice, that's carried unanimously. Somebody want to make a motion to apply for the perk? Councillor Penner.
I'll make the motion that administration submit an application under the provincial education requisite credit for the uncollectible education requisition and the uncollectible designated industrial property requisition on these oil and gas properties.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to submit an application under the PERC program. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Someone want to make a motion to void? Councillor King.
I'll make the motion that administration be also directed to void any 2020 penalties currently attached to these.
All righty, we have a motion before us to void the 2020 penalties. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, I don't know if you've got it in your book, but could we cancel the taxes on my properties? While we're in the mood here. Okay, no, we can't. 7.4, quarterly financial reporting. Yeah, I knew where that was going. Anytime you're ready, Bill.
Sure. Through the Reeve, again, council receives quarterly financial reports, again, to keep council apprised and ratepayers apprised of the financial performance as it relates to the annual operating budget and capital budget. Purpose of the report is basically to do those three things: report on the operating budget performance, report on the infrastructure investments and status of projects that council has adopted and are currently being undertaken, and to provide supplementary information, broad fiscal measures related to the financial performance of the municipality. And those generally fall into such items as investment performance, reserve balances, items like that. Again, when we talked, or at least when I talked about the 2020 operating budget, I alluded that we would be amending some of our practices, and those amendments have been reflected in this report, and hopefully council will find them useful. Administration is finding them useful. In the past, The reports to council have been significant timelines, lags have been present in the reports in terms of reporting quarterly to council. So there is a commitment now from administration to have the reports to council within 3 weeks of the quarter year end, i.e. hopefully at the first council meeting after the quarter ends. So that's been put in place, and we've done that for the June 30th report. Another big item relates to, again, council's adopted the operating budget. They've adopted various projects, roughly 35 capital investment projects for the municipality. We like to report on the same basis that council approved those items to provide some synergies, consistencies in their reporting, for council's assured that that business plan and investment plan that council has adopted is reported out in the same mechanism of the original adoption. So that's been put in place. From an administrative perspective, one of the other major changes in the reporting mechanisms to council has been the calendarization of the budget expenditures. So previously, we reported on the annual budget and what % of the annual budget was spent in quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, and so on. Simplistically, basically, at the end of June, administration would say, we're halfway through the year, we should have spent half of the budget. That is very rudimental, if I could use that word. Some items, and I'll give you an example, we make a payment to Drumheller Waste Management Association. It's roughly $300,000 a year. We don't make those monthly payments. We know when the payment dates are, so we should book that expenditure in the month we expect to pay the bill. This has a lot of advantages, for it gives a clearer indication of where you expect it to be, where administration expect it to be up to that period of time versus where they are. So in some classifications, such as winter control, you would expect most of the expenditures to happen in January, February, March. Not too many expenditures related to winter control happening in May, June, July, August, September. So we would not allocate any of the budget for those months. So those principles have been put in place. Again, this is the first time we're reporting on that basis, and there'll be some blips, and we'll be refining this as we go forward. Another major advantage it has for administration specifically is it allows us to actively manage our cash flow better than we have in the past. So if we understand when the dollars are going out, that means we can actively invest more of our money to get a better return on a short-term basis. On that note, I'll deal with it when we get to the investment report. We've had, when we're holding money, it's not actively investment. We're still getting a very favorable rate of return because of our banking relationships. However, if we could maximize that money and invest it, for additional month, 2 months, 3 months, whatever the case may be, we'll be able to optimize the return the county's getting on those funds. In the past, over the last 3 years, our sort of passive bank balances have ranged from $11 to $50 million. So again, from administrative perspective, one of the objectives I have this year is to do a better cash management / investment protocols related to maximizing or optimizing the return for the county. That being said, that's sort of the changes in the reports in a nutshell. I didn't speak specifically about the project report. In the past, there was really 2 reporting mechanisms. One was in the quarterly budget report that basically summarized all the capital projects by department. So it didn't provide council any information on the individual projects. However, council did receive a supplementary report outside of the quarterly variance report dealing on project reporting. So we've collapsed that into a standard report, and council will every quarter in the capital budget in the quarterly report see the investments that are happening. The major changes there are to provide council some metrics on each of the projects. When did we think we were going to start the project? Where are we in terms of the timelines on that project? And where do we expect that project to end up from a fiscal perspective? So did tenders come in under budget? Were there opportunities for savings due to project management during the extent of the project? So again, we're trying to develop those standard metrics for all the projects that council has adopted. So getting back to the nitty-gritty, the operating budget summary is provided in Appendix A to the report. Again, the council will still see the variance to the end of quarter, but again, the major focus, which I didn't mention, which I should have mentioned, is another new feature of the quarterly reporting is each quarter will have a projected year-end variance. So the intent of the report is not only to focus and manage the year-to-date expenditures by quarter, but also give council an indication of what the year-end results are expected to be, because there'll always be timing differences from month to month, but you know, how do we wash out those timing differences from real differences because of changes of circumstances that the various departments of the county are dealing with. So on that basis, revenues are forecasted to have a year-end unfavorable variance of $700,000. The report highlights where functionally the variances in revenues will be and expenditures, and it provides a view also by departments, but the report basically tries to deal with it from a functional perspective. So in the revenues, you'll see, as is outlined on page 301 of the package, licenses and permits, where we are in grants, where we are in sales of goods, and some indication of what department is really being affected by those. So I'll just run through a couple of the more pertinent ones. So for instance, in licenses and permit, there will be a favorable variance at the end of the year, roughly $16,000. And again, that's mainly attributed to planning fees. So that's sort of the approach that administration has taken in reporting on these broad level variances from a corporate perspective. Operating grants, they'll all sort of be online with what was approved in the budget, excluding the ASB grants, and we're projecting a $54,000 negative variance compared to what the county did budget due to upcoming provincial announcements. So the budget did indicate, provincial budget that is, did indicate there would be reductions in those program items within the provincial budget. The allocation and distribution of how it impacted municipalities has been a bit late coming out, but we're getting indications that it will be in that range. Again, other revenue, again, $96,000, it's mainly in transportations, and those would be sales of waters, mainly from gravel pit water recoveries to industry. Again, there's been significant slowdown in industry, and we're not projecting to receive basically any water sales revenue for 2020, and we did budget $100,000. Again, sales of goods and services, an unfavorable variance there. Dust control, again, on the revenue side being $19,000, given the uptake in the program. There'll be an offsetting savings on the expenditure side because we're not buying as much materials. Bulk water sales mainly related to industry. Again, expecting to be 42,000 short there. Water sales in general, we're fairly optimistic in setting the 2020 budget. There's various capital expansion programs, other expansions happening related to the water infrastructure. Some of those have not been completed. We're not getting, if they're not completed, we're not getting the sales. So like conversely, we're not getting the sales. In some cases, we're not incurring expenditures for the acquisition of water. Again, the penalties and fines, this is a difficult one because in essence, there's numerous companies that were currently in receivership, in bankruptcy. They're still being levied on the roll as tax penalties. They won't be collected. So year to date, we're showing significant overages in that. So at the end of June, under whatever line it's there under penalties and fines. You can see we budgeted 65,000 and we've actually booked in the accounting system 890,000, and it looks, it's great news, 825,000. However, we've adjusted that based on year-end expectations that most of that money will not be collectible, and there's no sense artificially telling council that we're going to have that surplus when I'm going to bring forward another negative report saying we have to write it off now. So that's that. Again, the return on investments, and that's really in the supplementary report dealing with investments was Appendix C, but the onset of COVID has caused havoc in the financial markets, and the county has not been spared the negative consequences of that, where interest rates have tumbled, 3 rate reductions in March alone, but we'll leave it for that for now, and we'll talk a bit more in Appendix C's about some of the details. But again, we have, which is quite common in municipalities, we have a benchmark return based on the prime rate. So as the prime rate goes down, our return rate goes down, which is bad. The good news is our rate of return is significantly above what us as an individual could get at a bank or a credit union or any financial institution. So we're still getting optimal rates for our money, but when the rates have gone down basically 1.5%, that is a significant impact. And a little trivia in there for council's information: for every 1/10 of change in interest rates the county's experiencing, that equates to $40,000. So again, if we lose 1% overall on our investment portfolio, that equates to $400,000 annually. So those little shifts add up, those nickels and dimes add up very quickly. So that's the outlook on the revenue side. So the things to be cognizant of is not only are some of those items going to be negative in terms of the 2020 budget, but some of those will have additional pressures in the 21 operating budget. Again, we'll be doing further analysis in these areas. We'll be reporting on each quarter, and if things improve, will be reflected in that in the next quarterly report. However, in terms of interest rates, for example, the forecast, our rates are going to be at these low rates, at least well into 221 and not recovering the 222. So you can see right away that would have a negative impact from a budget perspective, that we will not be achieving the budget in 220. There's no way we could achieve that level of return in 221. If COVID hadn't negatively impacted the financial markets, the county probably would have overachieved its budget of 700,000 by 200,000 or 300,000. Again, we budget conservatively in some of these revenues, but the onset of COVID has caught everyone by surprise, and it has had negative consequences for the municipality. Moving on to the expenditure side, similar type of presentation where we're forecasting a positive variance of roughly being at this point at year end $1 million overspent. And you can see from the chart that's on the screens that at the end of June, we're roughly 1.8 million underspent from where we thought we would be. Significant number of those items are due to timing differences. So we thought something was going to be delivered in June. It was delivered, but we're not getting the invoice to July. So it's a timing difference, so that's why we've expect by year end that surplus will dwindle as we pay bills during the balance of the year. However, in that $1 million surplus at the end of the year, rather than going through the significant ones, I'll just basically talk about some of the themes that are driving the savings there. Again, administration has been cognizant of the financial pressures municipality is under due to revenue shortfalls. You'll see in numerous cases there has been fiscal restraint in certain program areas. And that restraint has been done on the basis that it does not impact service delivery, either from a quantity or quality perspective. So if we could find efficiencies that would not impact service delivery, they have been implemented. In addition, again, because of travel restrictions, significant training development opportunities are not happening. Some are continuing online, but in those areas, certain expenditures are not going to be incurred during 220. Again, various repairs and maintenance. A lot of these, there isn't a one bullet there. It may be numerous minor items that accumulate to a more significant item. So there's expected to be year-end variances there. In terms of some of the items like repair and maintenance, when we come back in the third quarter, you'll likely see administration being proactive, recommending that if certain items have been deferred related to repairs and maintenance, we reserve that money to undertake those repairs at a future date, rather than just let the money lapse. So if projects were legitimately deferred for legitimate reasons, we'll be indicating those to council and requesting carry forwards or another mechanism to secure those fundings. On a more positive note, because of the implications, COVID-related industry implications related to the oil and gas industry, we will see significant savings in fuel compared to the budget provisions in 2020. So fuel overall at the end of the year is expected to be roughly $180,000 or in that range underspent. Again, some of the water purchases, we're not getting the revenues, which means we're not going to buy water that we're not going to sell. Again, salaries and benefits. Corporately, it sounds like a big number, 381,000 favorable variance. There's really three factors attributing to that. There have been two specific vacancies that will remain unfilled for the balance of the year. Those are in areas that will not have a negative service implication, but we're confident that they can be not filled, and we'll incur those or realize those savings for the end of the year. Again, because of the impact of COVID, certain seasonal positions did have late starts. That will attribute another $84,000 of savings in the salary budget. Again, because of travel restrictions, there's certain honorariums and other things that aren't being incurred and aren't being paid out. Again, the last item is transfers to organizations, and that's really a nice way of saying here's the granting programs the county has. Not only has COVID affected the operations of the county, it significantly impacted operations of basically all not-for-profits. They can't deliver the services they intended to deliver. In some cases, some of the programs that they would normally come to the county asking for granting monies for can't, they're not in a situation to deliver those programs or projects in 220. So we have seen a reduction in the requests for grants, and we expect that to continue for the balance of the year. So that's the operating budget in a nutshell. So at this point, we're forecasting a net favorable position at year end of roughly $366,000, which is a minor, less than, I forget what the correct number is, 0.1% of the overall operating budget. I believe the number is, 0.1%. So, 366,000, I'd like to have that in my pocket today, but in terms of the aggregate of the county's budget, it's 0.1% variance forecasted at year end. Again, administration is being conservative. That number will mitigate as we report in the third quarter and coming closer to year end, but again, we're being conservative at this time. One of the questions is it good to have a surplus? Given the negative revenue implications, given the reductions that were done in the 220 budget related to contributions to capital investments in terms of reserving monies for future projects, it's a good news story that provides council a mechanism to recoup some of the tough decisions that had to be made when the 2020 budget was set. Overall, it's, it's a minor item. Again, I spoke to the volatility of the write-offs. That is a big unknown. So again, we have council, based on its motions today, has written off 800,000 and of 1.1 million that's been provided in the 220 budget. There is significant more items that will be coming to council, and as I've alluded to, will likely exceed that $1.1 million in write-offs during 2020. So that is the operating budget summary. The next schedule in the report is the project summary. And again, some of the changes have been made in terms of the metrics. Again, we're trying to concentrate on what the project budget was, when the project was going to be initiated, when it's expected to be completed, and more importantly, on the capital side, where we expect favorable variances to be when these projects are completed. So that's it in a nutshell. There are 3 projects that are slightly overspent. So of the 25 projects, we expect significant savings on some. The explanations for what has been driving those savings are detailed under the comments, so I won't go through them specifically. In terms of again, these are the capital projects. The next section of the schedule deals with operating projects. There's 9 operating projects, 25 capital projects. Again, the last category, if you could just go to the next page, please, deals with the capital equipment plan, which is shown as a bulk number. So the capital equipment plan is roughly $2.2 million worth of equipment acquisitions. That's actually 19 purchases. And again, the supplementary information is 19 have been complete. There's 11 remaining. They're either in the tendering process, specification process, but overall, we expect favorable variance there of 126,000. On the line above of the 9 operating projects, we're expecting a minor variance of $1,700. Again, there's items that are there. If we look at the big item there, Torrington Gravel Pit, it has a budget of $5.2 million, minor expenditures to date. Transportation is actively preparing the tender. We hope to have that out. Again, there's some unknowns related to Alberta environment, but that's the game plan, and that's what we're trying to articulate to council and the ratepayers, what the game plan is and what the final results. So from that project perspective, we're not expecting any major results yet. That may change once we have the tender results back in. So that is Appendix B in the quarterly report. Appendix C is an item that was previously reported outside of the quarterly report, so we've just consolidated it within the quarterly report. And it basically outlines what the bank balances are and what the active investments have been. So just to make sure council and the ratepayers understand that money that we have in our bank is earning a very favorable rate of return compared to the average ratepayer. So what do I mean by that? If you look at that chart, the county rate, even if we're not doing active investments, we're still getting today a modest 0.7. The average ratepayer is probably getting 1.1% if they're lucky. So relatively speaking, we're doing better than the average ratepayer, but you can see the precipitous drop in rates from the beginning of the year today has caused significant changes in our monthly earnings. So in January, February, we're averaging $90,000 a month in interest earnings. You can see March 5th, there was a rate reduction in the prime rate from 3.95 down to 3.4. March 17th, 2 weeks, not even 2 weeks later, there was a further drop. And at the end of March, there was another drop. So the prime rate dropped 1.5% within a month. 1.5% in our investment portfolio is $600,000 annually. So that gives you the scope of the negative impact that has happened over the last few months. So that's it in a nutshell. Again, what are we doing to assist the county? I'll be bringing back, administration will be bringing back a report to amend the investment policy. That should be viewed as a positive thing. We will still be meeting 100% all the requirements of the Municipal Act in terms of investment, prudence, and the like. Where we'll be concentrating more energy, if you could just go back to the top of that report, is on that bank balance. That is the lowest bank balance the county has had for the last 4 years, which is actually a good thing because we've put more money actively investment to get a higher rate of return. So you can see if we left it in the bank, we're getting 0.7%. If we actively invest, we're going to get 0.75 or more. So the issue becomes how do we minimize the bank balance, maximize the amount that we have invested. So when I bring back the investment report, we'll be talking about some other mechanisms, such as we have a significant investment portfolio. We are going way, way, way too short. So the most lengthy investment the county's done over the last 3 years has been 9 to 10 months. There's significant amounts of our funds that won't be required over the next 9 or 10 months. So we should be rebalancing the timing related to those investments to maximize the return. What do I mean by that? Well, even in today's environment, a 2-year rate of return is roughly 1.5 to 2%. So I'd rather get that for the county than our baseline. So the baseline rate is a good rate, but we're looking at ways to optimize, and as the Deputy Reeve alluded to, optimize the performance from a financial perspective of the county to benefit the ratepayers of the county. So that is the cash and investment report. The last schedule in the report is the reserve continuity. And this provides sort of a continuity schedule is what happens from point A to point B. So that details all the opening balance of the reserves, what contributions are being made in the 220 budget. All the contributions from the reserve generally happen through the operating budget contributions. Likewise, the draws that were budgeted in 220, and this is both to fund operating projects and capital projects, are detailed on the slide. And then we'll be actively reporting on the post-budget approvals that council's made. So to date, there's been 2 motions by council to deliver 2 needed projects for the communities, and those are detailed. So as additional, if any additional projects are approved, that will be reflected in the next quarterly report, and the expected ending balance is there. That expected ending balance has not been adjusted. So if we go back to the project schedule, we're saying there's roughly $2.3 million of savings there. At this point, until we get a council motion, we have not adjusted that balance upward. But obviously, with those savings on the capital side, the general accounting approach for capital projects is if projects are underspent, the funding is returned to the original funding source. And for the majority of those projects, it is one of these reserves. So those reserves would be refreshed. Right now, we're talking roughly 2.3 million in that range. That would be refreshed. 2.4, sorry, excuse me. So again, that provides a summary of the quarterly report, and I hope some of the changes are beneficial for council in terms of understanding where we are in terms of the quarterly operating, where we are on the projects, and more importantly, where we expect to be at year end. So that concludes my presentation.
All righty. Just gonna thank you, but I don't know if I want to or not, but anyway, thanks. Is there any questions for Mr. McKinnon? very thorough report. Appreciate that.
On a positive note, Reeve, I will not be presenting this report in the future. It will be the other staff member, Marika, who will have the opportunity to present to council.
I was just kidding about, no, you can still stay. Is there, Councillor Christie?
I guess my question is, if Ember didn't take over part of Trident, how bad could that have been, or long-term? What percentage of Trident did they take over? Do you have a handle on that?
I don't have the specific details, but I believe it was, I'm going off my memory, it was probably in the 70, 80% of the assets were acquired. A significant proportion of the assets were acquired.
Councillor Penner?
And when you are hearing back from your departments, the 2 full-time positions that weren't filled, and even the seasonal positions, it has not affected the services within the county, correct?
That's correct, right. You know, I would say that there would be, if those positions would have been filled, there would have been active projects being undertaken. So, you know, it's not that there was a reduction in service, but we could have optimized service better if the positions were filled. But given the overall discussion through the senior leadership team, decision was made to manage because of the circumstances.
Mr. Hogan?
I'm just following up on that. When we go into, administratively, when we go into budget 2021 in those discussions, there's a lot of negatives to the pandemic event. We will be taking some of the lessons learned though and doing an assessment on what opportunities those may present. So as an example, those staff positions that are vacant, one of the discussions we'll have is, do they ever need to be filled? And if they don't, if we see, what services can we optimize versus what do we potentially lose by not filling them, we'll be coming back to you guys with a recommendation that either we should fill them or we can possibly redeploy that funding to some other mechanism. I don't want to necessarily use the word save that funding, because really what's going to happen is if we free up that funding, given the reserve schedule that you see in front of you, given the other projects that you have, it's likely that we don't see that funding disappear from the budget, but we see it redeployed to a different one of council's priorities.
Thanks, Mike. Any other questions from council or motions? Councillor Penner?
Just a question, I mean, clarify with Mike said there. I guess even in our own lifestyle, if times are good, we do the extra stuff. It's not necessarily needs to be done, but we go ahead if times are better and do them. When they're not, it's not affecting how we run. So not a bad idea to review them all and bring them back. It's,
And it has, as I said, through you, Mr. Reeve, it is, we do have, I'm going to say lessons learned, although I don't quite mean it in that tone. But, you know, as an example, if there's some services that we, you know, we've still provided, but maybe, you know, if we haven't cut the grass, if that cycle has been a bit longer than it has been in past years, but nobody seems concerned with that, we may look at that going forward and say, you know what, that's okay, and make that recommendation to you. So going through the pandemic has provided some of those things that we're watching.
Councillor Penner?
just further to that, as being involved with community groups, we also see that too, that maybe we've got to step back up to the plate and do a little bit more within our little communities, you know, or approach the ag service boards or whoever to see whether we can fill in. And it's just been a discussion. Nothing's been finalized, but just going back to the old times where we did help out a little bit as a community to assist the county.
Well, with this COVID thing, there's been probably less recreation done on ball fields and playgrounds and that kind of stuff. So if the grass is a little taller than normal, it's not that it's really bothering anyone, but we do get the job done, so. Anyone care to make a motion? Or if you wanted to keep discussing, that'd be fine. Councillor King.
I'd make the motion that we receive the quarterly financial report for the period ending June 30th, 2020 for information and with thanks for the presentation.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to receive the second quarter financial reporting for information. Call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, Bill. It's not your fault.
I will not overstay my welcome.
No, thank you very much. That was a very detailed, pertinent report. Our next agenda item will be policy 3-11, presented by Mr. Hogan.
So through you, Mr. Reeve, council will have noted in the last few agendas that we're making a concerted effort to make sure that we have policies coming back to you guys in terms of making sure that throughout a term of council, you generally are able to get through all of the county's policies to make sure that they remain relevant and reflect the wishes that you as council have for them. This is part of that process, and so this one is the legal costs that are coming back to you. So in the update of this policy, we are proposing a couple of things. We do have, since it was reviewed last, there's of course the code of conduct, so we've made some amendments to bring it in line with the wording in the code of conduct. The gist of the policy that we're saying is that basically, if as a member of council, you end up, somebody attempts to sue you, now you have a lot of protections under the MGA, but if if somebody attempts to sue you, the county would pick up the legal bills in defending that, assuming that you were operating in line with your role as a councillor. That happens from time to time. Fortunately, it hasn't, I don't believe it's happened here in quite some time, if ever, but it has been known to happen. The policy also outlines, though, that if you are looking to if you incur legal costs for your own use, for example, if you're consulting with the lawyer as to whether you personally have a pecuniary interest or a conflict, that those costs would be on you to bear personally. The county would not pick those up. So essentially, if you're in the normal course of your duties, something happens and the county or yourself is sued, the organization would cover those. If you're looking for advice for you personally, it's up to you as an individual to cover that cost.
Thanks, Mike. So you're saying err on the side of caution. Any questions for Mr. Hogan? Councillor Christie.
I guess my question is, on legal costs, is that an insurance policy or is that actual cash?
There's multiple components. So, I mean, we have, through the insurance policy, there's general liability that the county would have, be director's liability, those sorts of things. So, those would really enter the fray, I think, after, if a judgment went against us in terms of what that payout looks like, those sorts of things. So those kick in. There would be costs incurred up to that point, though, in terms of engaging the lawyers and doing that. So really, that's where this policy is really covering, is saying that if we have to defend ourselves or a member of council from a lawsuit that's come forward, this is saying that that's what we do.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move that we approve policy 3-11, legal costs as presented.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to approve policy 3-11 as presented. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing as none, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Next agenda item, 9.2, policy 3-2. Mr. Hogan.
Sorry, I'm attempting to do this paperlessly, so I'm in the process of scrolling down to the next one. This policy, again, is part of our normal policy review. It's fairly straightforward. What we've done is, under the MGA assigns wordings to different positions. So one of the ones as the chief elected official is the terminology under the Act. Most rural municipalities, ourselves included, refer to the position as Reeve. The Act outlines that it's the chief elected official unless the council says otherwise and gives it a different title. So what we've done is, in the past, the policy basically read that, you know, as per a motion, I think from 1995 or some date thereof, this is what the Reeves position will be titled. What we've done is we've just simply codified it right in the policy. So instead of the policy referring back to a motion, the policy just says what the new title is. And that's the change here.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Any questions? Councillor Penner.
I would move that council approve policy 3-2, the title of chief elected official as presented, officer, sorry, as presented.
Alrighty, we have a motion before us to approve policy 3-2 as presented. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Oh, policy 3-3, boards and committees. Mr. Hogan again.
Again, following the theme of making sure that we're constantly renewing and updating our policies, we have policy 3-3, boards and committees in front of you. Administration is recommending that we actually just straight out rescind this policy. The practice in the past is essentially council would make the appointments. Generally, those all occur at the organizational meeting each year, though there are the odd ones that can and do occur throughout the year. And so the council would make those appointments, those would be passed by resolution, and then administration would bring back this policy so that you could pass another resolution at a council meeting, amending it to include the names that you'd already approved at the organizational meeting by resolution. So what we're suggesting is that we don't actually need this policy. You make the resolution at the organizational meeting, and we already keep a separate tracking sheet for easy reference. And so we're suggesting that since council has approved those people by resolution, that we don't need to do it a second time in order to update a policy every time a member of a board or a committee changes. And so that's what's leading to our recommendation that we just straight out rescind this policy.
Thanks, Mike. Any questions? Any motions? Councillor King.
I'll make the motion that we rescind policy 3-3, boards and committees.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to rescind 3-3, boards and committees. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. 9.4, policy 15-2. Mr. Hogan.
One more in the current updates is the awards and award recognition and congratulatory presentations, policy 15-2. For council's consideration, administration is recommending a few what we'd consider tweaks or minor changes to the policy. A lot of them are, well, they're listed in the background to the item. I'll go through that in a moment. A lot of these, the theme behind this one is over time, the practices that we've been doing have evolved. They've changed slightly. A lot of this is pulling the policy in line with what we're actually doing. What we're actually doing in the policy should be the same. They should be aligned. So we either change what we're doing to match the existing policy, or we update the policy to match what's evolved over time. And we're suggesting we do the latter. So in this, recommending that we change the name of the policy to better describe the purpose. Previously, there was no mention of members at large getting a plaque for their service, but we currently provide that, so we thought we'd codify it in the legislation. Made the eligibility for the birthday and anniversary certificate simpler, and we've deleted most of the occasions in which to get a plaque. And that's, again, one of those evolutions that I talked about, is when another rural municipality, as an example, has had a grand opening or anniversary, or major milestone anniversary, we've provided them with a print picture, and that's usually done through council motion. So what we've done is created a special circumstance section, where basically we're saying, hey, this is a special circumstance, would council like to donate a print or a picture? So as an example, at some point in the near future here, Starland County is going to be opening up their new admin building. I expect that we would provide just a congratulations of some sort to them, right? So this policy still allows for that to happen. It's not necessarily a plaque. We saw at our own 75th anniversary, most of the gifts we received from other municipalities actually weren't plaques. They were different ornaments or pictures or things like that. Last one is we've removed the council retirement plaque, and the intent there, while we've removed it from here, so it technically wouldn't exist for a little bit, but when we bring back the councillor policy, we would include it in there, so that basically all of the stuff related to council would fall under there, all the other stuff would fall under this policy.
Don't retire this year.
Sorry?
We can't retire this year.
And so that those are the administration's recommended changes put forward to you for your consideration.
Thanks, Mike. Any questions? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move that we approve policy 15-2, special occasion and milestone recognition as presented.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve policy 15-2 as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as none, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Oh, 9.5, Royal Canadian Legion. Mr. Hogan.
This item before you is a yearly request that we get from the Royal Canadian Legion. They publish a military service recognition book that goes out to libraries and municipal buildings and other areas. And they're asking if Kneehill County would like to support the production of the book through the purchase of a business card size advertisement. This would be in the amount of $285. We're recommending that we put something in there for Kneehill County in that amount. We would take this from our operating budget. We have $10,000 that we budget for purposes like this. Currently, there's $8,900 left, so the $285 will not present an issue for the county.
Thanks, Mike. Any questions? Concerns, thoughts? Motion? Councillor Penner.
I think it's a very worthwhile project, and it need books in the schools, so I'd like to make the motion that we support them again this year for the sum of $285.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us that's printed on the screen in front of us. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Oh, 9.6, County Office Green Space. I see a trend here. Mr. Hogan.
This item, we've received, as council's aware, we have a large grassed green space area behind the building here. And we've received a request from a local group that wants to put in a couple of disc golf holes. And they've, if you'll note around the hospital, you see the white poles with the chain baskets on them. Those are disc golf holes. And when the helipad went in, they apparently lost a couple of them, and they're just looking to replace a couple of them to give themselves a full course again. And administratively, we looked at this and said, well, we don't really have any concerns from our perspective about that. It would provide some use to that site. But it did raise the question is that we have a lot more space back there. And is there anything that we would like to do with it, or we would like to see done with it? What we're suggesting is, or what we're recommending here, is that council essentially direct us to go out to community groups and see if there's anything there that we can come up with, and if so, to put it in place behind the building here. Our intent in doing that would be to seek out partnerships that really didn't take, the county currently, obviously, we mow the grass back there. We don't do a lot else with it, and we're not looking to take on a bunch of stuff, maintaining things back there or increasing the resources needed from us. But if we can partner with community groups, and they're looking after things back there, we can essentially provide the space, and they're able to facilitate whatever project they have. And other than disc golf, we don't have anything outstanding right now in terms of what might be interested in there, but that's the process. We'd go out and see what's out there, if that's a community garden, or that's something else, or I don't know what that would look like yet. We haven't done that work. What we're asking is, would council like to see us go out and do this? If so, do you want to just leave it with us as administration to make some partnerships and put that area to use and report back to you on what it's being used for? Or C, do you want us to come back to you and say, this is the plan for that area, what do you think? Either way, what we're looking at is, if there are no concerns from council, we'd start working with the disc golf people to put in a couple of poles for their use.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Any questions for Mr. Hogan? There would be no liability concerns on our side?
No, we would, as part of any of the activities that we would undertake, we would look after that side of it.
Councillor Kiever.
When we were looking at building here, the neighbors had great concerns about things that were going to go on here and would ruin their quality of life. We do anything back there, are they going to be complaining?
I think it would depend on what we decide to do. If we're looking at things that are, if we're looking at things that are relatively low impact, if those are, I keep using the term community garden, there are some ones elsewhere, so that might not be a use, but, that's really confined to site. You have people coming into the parking lot and using that. They don't need to go off site to make use of that. There's not, shouldn't be associated smells or anything like that. So I think largely would depend on the use. I'd say the primary use of it right now is for people to come and run their dogs. Primarily after hours, that's the main use that we see out there, is people come into the parking lot and they let their dog run around out there, and then they leave.
So no gun range then?
No. Probably not the partnership we'd be looking to create.
Yeah. What's council's wishes? Councillor Kiever.
I would make a motion that we direct administration to look at the green space out behind. Use of.
Okay, we have a motion to direct administration to work with local groups for the purpose of utilizing the area behind the county office as a community benefit. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I would like to see if there are partnerships we already have, such as FCSS, who would like to be able to have, I think, the priorities be given to them first to see what they can use. So any of our partners that we're already got programs going with should be our first choices, and then see what other choices beyond that.
So would you be looking at an amendment to the motion, or that's just some direction?
It's just direction.
And that would work for you, Mr. Hogan?
It would.
Okay.
Just with that, I guess the only question I have is, does council have any concerns with the two disc golf holes? We wouldn't be talking about using up the entire space, or it'd just be a portion on the east side.
Doesn't, yeah,
But yeah, we will engage FCSS and groups like that to see if there's anything they're interested in.
okay. Is there any other discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing as not, let's call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. I guess if you report back on what you find, that would be appreciated. Yes, that would be the word. Our next agenda item is 11.1, council and committee reports, community futures. Councillor Christie.
I guess the only comment I'd make is that the last meeting we had in the basement, so we were all in person. Video conferencing works, but it's way better if you can see each other across the table. So it was, I think, more successful.
Alrighty, any questions for Councillor Christie? Anyone care to make? Oh, Councillor Christie.
I'll move that committee reports as presented.
Alrighty, we have a motion to move committee reports as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Council follow-up action list. Questions, concerns, comments? Oh, sorry, Mr. Hogan.
Just one update for council regarding 2720, that council authorized the funds from the sale of surplus equipment on the property located at there to be transferred to building reserve. That's the Redlands site, so down south off Highway 9. We did put that out. We got nothing back. So we're just in the process of re-advertising and re-evaluating the breakout of that equipment and things like that. So we're not sure if it was too big a bundle or what happened there. So we are just reassessing that, and we'll put it out again.
We are utilizing the site now for our grader.
Yeah.
And we are going to stockpile some. Councillor Penner.
Just a further question. Are the parks able to leave their mowers and that there too, or not at this point yet? Just the grader?
Councilor Pedder, right now, there's no need to leave them there. I mean, the intent, I think, that Parks and Ag had was when the Horseshoe event was happening, which has been canceled this year. So right now, I don't see there's a need. There is room there for them if they do require. But we are looking at selling each bin individually and any of the other book individually. So we're just in the process of looking, see what that would look like and put a reserve bid on each bin. So that might be something more people are more interested in. So.
Any other questions on the council action items? Councillor King.
I'd make the motion to receive the council follow-up action list for information.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to receive for information. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Do you believe that brings us to the end of our open agenda? Before we go into closed session, we'll have a short break. Thank you. is closed session. Intergovernmental Relations, Section 21 of FOIP. Would someone like to put us into closed session? Counselor Christie.
I move we move into closed session.
Alrighty, we have a motion to move into closed session. All those in favor, and that is carried unanimously. Okay, motion was made to come out of closed session at 12:24. We have no motions coming out of closed session, so it is 12:25 3/4 regardless. I will adjourn the meeting at 12:25. Thank you, everyone.